Hello, I am back. So, final stream of the week. Don't really have much to say. So, give me a second. I have to clip a nail, or I'm gonna be chewing on it. Okay, now I can actually start. So, we're still working on that osmium that was in here last time. This is now up to 20k? Yeah. I made a bunch more of these. Oh. Yeah, I made a bunch more of these because of something you'll see in a second that caused me to... Oh yeah, these are all empty because I need to refill them. Maybe I need to, like, put a chest going out of this and then into this. Or if I just put a chest on top of here and put an in and out, then I could put a filter on it to only allow the chickens that are done through. That's not a bad idea. Nothing's really changed back here though. I finished the cryo fluid. So that's now done, which means we can work on this. Yesterday when I was setting up stuff back there and just working on that system, I managed to use up all of the steam by accidentally. Well, not even accidentally, it was just by having that entire system being powered. So, thing. So, I tried to have this going into one of these, but it wasn't accepting sulfuric crude oil for some reason. So I've had to put one of these down here. And then that's... So this is currently... Let me just... Let's prioritize this one. want to get this emptied so that this is now just sulfuric. Yes, so this, but it needs hydrogen to work, so I've had to set up underground a giant pipe connecting all the way back to the main house to take hydrogen and put it into here. And it produces sulfuric acid, which I've started pumping into this fluid tank. So yeah, that's how that system is currently working to produce boosted diesel. And then on this side, I have the helium coming out here. Ion. And then the sulfuric naphtha coming out here. Going into here, same thing. Hydrogen coming from the house over to here. Obviously, these two lines are connected. And then the sulfuric acid is just coming straight out here. Then it's going into here. I have a boiler being supplied with coal and water. So that is producing all that it needs, going into here. And then going into here. At which point it has 8 outputs. I've put trash cans at each one that will only take excess, so prioritizes these first, but once it fills one up entirely, if I don't have it going into something and being used, it'll dump the excess so that the others can keep functioning. And these were organized very intentionally. So methane and acetylene are here because the methane can only be turned into acetylene. So I didn't feel the need to do anything other than put it here. So I really wanted these two together. Toluene. Well, actually, rather than talk about these four, I should talk about these four first because the ethylene and benzene can be combined together to make ethylbenzene, which is right here. So these two can become this, which in turn becomes styrene when combined with steam and iron dust, which can then be combined with the butadiene, which I have right here, to make styrene butadiene, which can become styrene butadiene rubber, which in turn... Does this bucket get used for anything? No. It can become the random access memories. Yeah. So everything here will be for random access memory. As it currently stands, this system doesn't work, specifically on account of the fact that it consumes more power than it takes in. Or it consumes more power than it makes, I guess. That's how that should be worded. So if we want it to function, we need to go from the high pressure large steam boiler to the heat exchanger, I believe. At least according to this. The heat exchanger is able to use up high pressure water more efficiently. Yeah, so it wants to use high pressure water and steam. Because then for 125 millibuckets, it will produce 2,000 high pressure steam. I'll connect that into that for a moment. Refill those. Now, if I turn this on, I can see exactly how much high pressure steam I get here. For 125 millibuckets, it is 2,000. So is this better? Is it just because it's less EU? No, because you're still making the high pressure water. You're getting the same amount of high pressure steam, but now you have to make steam to make it. What? I am so confused. It can't just be because it's giving water back, because we're getting infinite water. So how is that any better? I don't get it. I mean, I'll try it anyways, because maybe once I have it set up, I'll figure out, oh, this is why it does it that way, but as it currently stands, it just makes no sense to me how that can be more efficient. You use the recipe to take steam and HP water as inputs, so it will output regular water and HP steam that we can use for power. I mean, one thing we could do to use less power is take all of these off. Burger, 12 buckets, I do. I'm gonna have to transfer that methane into acetylene. Okay. I guess I probably should wait until I'm sure that that system is done. Otherwise, I'm just trashing. Is there any way to make 76,000. That doesn't actually produce any extra because you need that steam, which you can only get via I was gonna say this could be better, but this doesn't help make high pressure water. Because you would already be getting the high pressure steam and you're only gonna get an equivalent amount. Which means if you're making enough for this to be of any use, yes, you would need to convert 16,000 buckets to be 4,800 times 6. I assume that's just going to be the 76,000 that we saw earlier. Times 6 times 16, which is 76,800 as we saw earlier. So that isn't even more efficient than this. Plus, then you would be going through this, which would add an additional 600 just to convert it back into this anyways. Which means that, no. So, I don't get what it means by recycle. What happens if I try to... Oops. Damn it. One second. Yeah, so it means it when it says it only takes high pressure water. Perhaps the only way I think that this could be made efficient enough is to provide a diesel generator that powers this and only this. So the rest of the system would be powered from this, but the diesel generator would power this. Because once that's being powered, you're getting the high pressure water, which means that the rest of the system needs to do to sustain itself is produce enough diesel to keep itself powered, and it doesn't seem to consume it very quickly. Well, I mean, it does consume it fairly quickly, but like not super quickly. There we go. So, I guess next we'll make the heat exchanger and try that. Okay, so to do that, we need to make 2 of these. Is that for? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 20, so that means 11, 12 is 108, 13 is, so we need 14. Wait. Info. Go take this back. How much do we have now? Sweet. Now we do have enough to make the 64 processing units. So that is probably something we will try to get done today. I need the oxygen. Putting any more into there. Polarizer. Perfect. Bending mill 48. And 24 of those as well. 56 of those. And go. So once this hits 24 and these hit 112, I should have everything I need except for the annealed copper ingots. You know, at some point here, I should probably just make a whole bunch of annealed copper, because I'm very likely to need a lot more of it. Six more. Put all of that into here. Pour up those. Just waiting on that, so it should... Nope, still not done. 70, 80, 90, 100. You know, I get one more stack of this stuff going. Let's go put this titanium and steel away. Yeah, that's a lot of titanium. Almost 9,000. It's a decent amount of steel. Just one more. And there we go. Now we put this through the compressor. It's a bit of a risk. But I have everything I need for it already. I think that's why I have this stuff in my inventory. Oh, I think I know how this shape is gonna work. Yep, like I thought, it's going backwards. Interesting. Oh, is that how it works? Borrow this mixer. Interesting. So you do need You do need to make one of those for every single machine here. $17 advanced upgrades with all of the other upgrades. Fire mill. That's definitely a process. It also means every single machine is going to take up a lot of space. I suppose I could spend some time figuring out if there are any machines that don't. How do I reach? There we go. Do I need to do it for the packer? Probably. I don't need to do it for the unpacker. That thing rarely gets used as is. Interesting. So this does work. And I'm just going to assume it works on all of those. I feel like the first machine we have to build one of these for is the assembler itself. It also means I have to build a ton of HV energy input machines. Okay, let's go back to here. Two. Power but balance. Jeez, easy energy from lava production. Oh, it's one longer than I thought. I suppose that's an easy enough solution. Do I want to... Why is it only in opposite corners and not these corners as well? Put this on the other face. So actually, no. If I was going to move it, I think I would want to move it this way. Whatever. So I need to input Steam and this. One, 2, 9, 11, 12, 6. So that means I need 36. Whoops. To compress those. Two gears. And wait. Oh, this, right. Oh yeah, it needs two fluid outputs. One high pressure steam. You know, what if I just don't put a second one on? That's what I want to know. So I need one more fluid pipe. Let's get some more going. Not one. There we go. Now I need to make some frost-proof machine casings. So that's enough to make one, and I need two. Press those. Make those into gears. Okay, now we have to turn this on. Actually, I need to go get this. It doesn't need another output. I wonder what the odds are that it'll accept this for water. Well, it's showing that it'll accept it. Water. I'm realizing now that this does not have an energy thing on it. Places can this fit? Eh, just there. And the top. Yeah, I don't see how this is any better. If anything, I would expect it to be worse because this actually takes power to sustain itself. It can't just be that it thinks it's better because of the water coming out that you can push back in, right? Because I literally don't need that extra water. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, if it produced more, if it outputted high pressure water just a smaller amount, then it would make sense how it could be more efficient. If it produced more high pressure steam for the same amount of high pressure water, I could understand how it would be more efficient. But as it currently stands, I don't see the efficiency. Like, if I disconnect that, this system isn't going to sustain itself. So to me, that means I either need to... Well, how would you make this system work? Is there anything useful here? No, there are better uses for cryofluid. I assume we are just slowly losing power here. Well, I'm just gonna see how long it takes for this system to run out of power entirely. And then probably switch back to the previous thing. And I'm gonna start to work on the HV diesel generator. Two. Okay. So um 16 goes into there. Four into there. Polarizer. Vending machine, put 6 into there. And all 12 of those will go in. Fourteen more crafts of this. Compress those. Wire mill those. Make those. Make those. 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 And that. So. Is this system out of power? No, but it's going to be. So we're just going to do away with this. We don't need to. Advanced fluid input. Oh, that's why it seems like there's less space. I had it one back last time. I don't think I really care to do that. I don't think it matters. So diesel going in, high pressure water going in. Highly advanced fluid output hatch. Then so we need one more fluid pipe and one more light blue fluid pipe. No, actually, this shouldn't be fluid pipes. I'm completely wrong. That needs to be energy pipes. So I need 3 energy pipes. Cables. Cables is the word. And if necessary, I can make annealed copper and charge things like these and that. That way, everything that's part of the main system for powering this is itself being powered. Felt to prioritize these ones first. In, out. Now it'll use up these ones first, and then hopefully this system will kick into action, and by then hopefully it'll be enough to power itself. Okay, so I need 6, 6, 7. And it's 14 stainless steel each, so 7 times 7 times 2 is 49 times 2 is 98 is 11 blocks minus 1. Six times 7 is 42. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. And compress. Next, we need to make processing units. The implosion compressor system. And then I think, depending where we're at that point, I will start working on making more processing arrays. Hopefully at that point, we will know if the HV system is self-sustaining or not. Okay, and now to go over here. I miscalculated that entirely. Easy enough to fix, so it's 14 and 6, so that is 2 times 6 times 7 is 42 times 2 is 84. So that's 80 to 4, right, is what I said? Six goes into there. Started off at times 8, so that by the time it starts to pick up speed, hopefully this will start to lose its... That works. I need to add processing upgrades into that. Probably can't do a full stack of 64. It has to be based off of... Let's do that many for now. Problem is, of course, this can only handle up to 1024. Though I'm realizing that because I'm already powering that outside of the system, I don't actually need to do it inside the system. So I need to connect it down to there somewhere. I bet you right here is a good connection point. I see. How much can this do? 1,024. So it's currently pulling out more than it can handle. And this still isn't producing a surplus yet, which means that this system is still going to be losing power. Which means... let's add another 256. We pretty much just keep going until... you know, I'm realizing this actually allows it to do more, I believe. How much more? I'm not quite sure. But... hit 1K on the system. What if I just put all of them in? So that's 512 to the system. And that's kind of my max until I make turbo upgrades. How you're ever supposed to put a quantum upgrade on a machine, I don't know. I feel like any machine you put that on is just going to consume all the power you have. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. Okay, so it's about 4 seconds between each thing. Oh, I guess it's not at max power yet. We might be slowly losing power at this point. So the system is doing 1.4K right now. Let me get a timer out and figure out more accurately how long each recipe takes. About 3.7 seconds. Oh, but that is fast enough for it to start building up. Which could mean that we don't need this steam. The two questions right now are really just going to be, is that enough for it to build up? You know what? I'm gonna go make another jumbo tank. Right. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, just like with this system, I want to build up as much heavy pressure steam as I am able. Maybe I should replace some more of these with jumbo tanks, just to keep the system going. I don't think I need to replace that one. I could replace the boosted diesel one here. So that would be 1, maybe the helium would be 2. And I don't think I care about replacing any of this, because most of it I'm probably going to try and get used up. I'll have to remember to check in on that every so often. Sweet. That is now potentially a self-sustaining system. It's going to come down to whether the boosted diesel is being produced fast enough and whether or not the diesel generator is producing energy fast enough, because I'm still not sure. Oh, does this not accept boosted diesel? Oh, it does. Okay. Perfect. Now the system should... Isn't this producing? That's not producing. Why isn't that producing? Should it not be getting power from here? Somewhere in the system is not connected. There we go. Oh, yikes. That is taking up all of the power at the moment, I think. Yeah, okay, so it just needed a moment to consume a whole bunch of power and get itself charged back up. Hopefully now the system can maintain itself at a much lower energy cost. Perfect. Now this system is working as intended. And I guess the next problem we're going to run into is enough sulfuric crude oil being produced to sustain the system. Because the fact that this is going down means that eventually... Okay, I definitely don't like where this is placed right now. Also kind of annoyed with where this is. Oh, now the system is using up more steam than it's making, which is not good. And it's literally only trying to sustain itself at the moment. That's the only thing this system is doing. It's not even doing anything else. Can I do something with a system from the past to help sustain this system? I mean, maybe I just have to make a bunch of those boilers, sustain them via boosted diesel instead of creosote, and swap them into the steam turbine instead of uh, those. Because as it currently stands, this system is too slow to work and consumes too much energy to make itself work. I suppose once that fills up, maybe this will start filling up. At which point the entire system will shut down once that's filled up. Well, not the entire system. Problem is, as soon as I start adding more things into here, this network is going to go from a piddly 326 to 500 area into thousands. Like, this old system is already maintaining 700s at an almost constant rate. There's got to be some kind of better clock, right? Maybe that. Okay, let's go look for these things and see if we can make this and if it can be set to go slower than that currently is. Oh, I forgot I still have this in my inventory. It is filling itself up slowly, which means it is slowly working its way to stability. Potentially. Though I still think the entire system is going to fail as soon as I have to add anything consuming power. 1 second, I have to blow my nose. So, if the system isn't producing enough power, that means it needs to produce more high-pressure steam, which means it needs to produce more high-pressure water, which means this would need to speed up even faster, which I can't do without this producing more power. So I either need to add more diesel generators, or survive until the next tier where I can make large diesel generator. I bet you I can make the large diesel generator. With the unpacker. If I unpack one of these, I will have everything I need to make the large diesel generator, I think. However, if I was going to switch to the large diesel generator, why don't I just only use the large diesel generator and get rid of this entire system? It would just be one multi-block that can produce as much power as this. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. However, before I continue any farther, 1 redstone, 2 terracotta. It's up to 900 for some reason. Let me go see if there's anything about those in the Immersive Engineering Handbook. A timer is a redstone device that uses oscillating quartz crystals to output a signal at regular intervals. Using the engineer's screwdriver on the timer allows configuring its intervals and its output signal color. Additionally, the timer can be set to require a control signal, at which point it will not run without that signal being high. Engineering screwdriver. I suppose I haven't made that yet. Engineering screwdriver. Treated stick and an iron rod. Treated stick. Yeah, I've got rid of the forge hammer a while ago because I very rarely do stuff with it now. Screwdriver complete. Let me go get some redstone to test if it's working or not. I should have thought of that. How's this doing? Good. Let's put that down to the minimum for a bit. It should be going off right now. Maybe we need the redstone wire for this. This is why you need redstone wire connectors. Redstone wire connector, interface connector, state cell, timer, switchboard. 8 ticks, output signal color light blue. There we go. Okay. So you need to set it to output and there we go. Okay. Let's set that to 10 seconds. There we go. Put all of that in there. Put those two things away. The energy, highly advanced fluid output. There we go. So now the only real use this would have would be to use cryofluid to do this stuff quicker. Which we are getting a lot of helium now. Kind of. I think I'll save my helium. Do this stuff with helium first, and then this, and then after this, I'll be able to get infinite helium the proper way. Oh, something I was looking at is in Mechanism there's QIO drives, and it's kind of easier to make one of these than to make the highest tier of these. Like, going through all of this just to make the various things here chemical fluid. Mega item. Like, look at this. This holds 256 million, and it only holds 63 different types of things. And the process for it is kind of insane. That part's not insane, that's kind of regular, but this requires all of this. Requires yeah, that. So like look at how much it takes just to do that. It takes tons of molten redstone, bunch of water. Actually, no, the water doesn't matter. The quartz dust isn't exactly easy. The skystone is a big issue with these. Let's look at this again. So, bunch of skystone, which means would have to set up this thing that mines into the sky. You put a destruction face, or whatever it's called, at world height limit. That wouldn't be too bad, but it would mean just getting one of these is a pain. Ender dust doesn't matter. The matter balls, that takes. Um, oh, 256 items? Yeah, that's not as bad. That's what 256 is 512 is 1024 is 2048 is 4096. Yeah, 4096 of any item to make that. That's not too bad. I have a lot of items which I get infinite amounts of and such that I could do that with. But then we get into the real pain. That is this process. I would have to EMC myself 103,000 of these, which is tack on 3 zeros, 103 million times by 2, 206 million EMC gone just to make one of these. And the biggest problem with that isn't actually how much EMC it takes, it's just trying to get 103,000 things out of that when you can only do it directly into your inventory. And your inventory only holds 64 times 9 times 4. That's 256 times 9, which is 2,304 at a time. That would be a huge pain. And then you have to do 11,664 atomic reconstructors on redstone blocks just to get enough of these for the various parts. And, like, that is a humongous amount of time just to make one. And then it only holds 256 million. You know what else holds 256 million? This. You know what can hold more than 63 types of items? This. Now, it's certainly a process to make these. Because you need to go through antimatter pellets and plutonium dust. But 1008 dark matter costing 139,000. That takes less EMC to do, so we're better on EMC things so far. It also takes up less space, so good. Plutonium dust I'll talk about last, actually, so let's go over here. Redstone. This, I'm getting an infinite amount. This is nothing for just one. 64 obsidian, also just about nothing. 64 ender pearls, easy. Diamonds, easy. Iron, easy. Oh, wait, I'm not looking at the full recipe. Sorry. Something loaded in wrong, so it's struggling to show the recipe. Actually, I'm not going to show that. Okay, let's talk about this again. So, dark matter, that's less EMC, I already talked about. What do I have to use that for? Oh, yes, for these. So, diamonds, still easy. Iron, still easy. Teleportation cores, I made 256 of these for that one quest. I've used basically none of them. Yeah, I have 253 left. So I can make... quite a few of these with what I currently have. Actually, let me calculate that. If I made 3 more, I would be able to make 4 would get me to, well, 4 would get me to 64, 8 would get me to 128, 16 would get me to 256, so I can almost make 32 of these with how many I currently have, so I don't need to worry about teleportation cores, really. They don't have many uses, and I have way too many. Yeah, so like going through this process to make 256 of these, not actually that much. Like, it looks like a lot because it's so expansive, but you'll notice that most of it is just making a bunch of these infused alloys at one time, a bunch of these reinforced alloys at one time. You have to make a bunch of enriched obsidian at one point, a bunch of these, but that just crafts into these, then you'd use this to craft into these, so like, it's not as bad as that looks. So, at no point is most of this hard. You know, 256 of osmium, I'm getting an infinite amount right now, so it doesn't matter. Um, 256 lead, EMC. Very cheap. How many did I say I could make? 32? Even doing this, most of this isn't hard. The hardest thing about this is that I need plutonium tiny dust, which I do need for other things as well. But importantly, it comes about via depleted HE uranium, depleted HE MOX, depleted LE MOX, depleted LE uranium, and just depleted uranium. Which is, I believe, also used in the process of making them. So this needs 6 and 3 to make 9. So you need 18 rods to make one of these, which means you need 9 ingots, which means you need 9 dust, which means you need to make 1 recipe's worth here, which means you need 27 tiny plutonium dust. Just to make 1. And then once it's done, you'll get these, and you get 36 back. Which is more than 27, which means you can prioritize making the rods and you'll still get some back with HE. With LE, it takes 9 tiny. I assume this is going to be the same process. Yeah. And you get 30 back. So in terms of getting plutonium, LE is the best. Good. Fuel rods. So HE, LE, uranium, HE, uranium, LE, uranium. This you get from this, you get from... Ah. Interesting. So this becomes this. Gives you 27. I assume the reason you want different ones of these is for... thermal neutron, fast neutron, single neutron capture, neutron absorption. I assume you want whichever one of these has the highest energy stored. 747. So you want to make these, I'm guessing. Keep it under 950 degrees Celsius, I'm guessing. Presumably you want this at the max it can be at. Which means you need to make these. So this takes 27, and you get back 18, 6. So this takes back this takes 9, and you get 6. This takes 27, and you get 18. So this one you need an additional 3 for every single one you do. And for this one you need an additional 9. This one you get 24 plutonium tiny dust. 18 plutonium tiny dust. 27 plutonium tiny dust. This one is the one that took 9, I think. So that means you're getting back 21. And this one is 27, so that means you're getting back 9. So this is actually the worst one when it comes to getting back plutonium tiny dust. But presumably it's more energy stored, which I assume you just want more energy. So is the nuclear reactor something that actually produces energy? These ones don't self-sustain. These two can self-sustain, as can this, well, semi-self-sustain. Obviously, the biggest problem is that all of them take uranium-238, and none of them will give back enough uranium for how much they take, because it's 6 times 9 is 54. This one is probably the closest to self-sustaining. It takes 8 times 9, which is going to be 71? No, 72. 72. I don't know how I got 71. Bad quick math. 72. Yeah, so no matter what, you're kind of up shit's creek when it comes to the uranium-238 and making these. So if what you're interested in is keeping as much plutonium tiny dust as you can, you would probably just only do these and these two. But because these do self-sustain on plutonium tiny dust, you can make these and just get a reduced amount building up over time. explain them, just check out the reactor components and reactor magnet quest linked to this one. A lot of energy, primarily as steam. Interesting. Okay, so these are about producing energy. And it's via steam, which means we do want to keep the steam turbine around for when we eventually make the nuclear reactor. This is going to eventually be a very complicated quest. Uranium, HE uranium. Yeah, good thing it's possible to do centrifuge this. This is eventually going to be needing to do something. This is eventually something we will be needing to do. 238. Huh, interesting. Actually, probably best to do these ones considering we will be getting them via this. So 9 uranium dust becomes 80 and 1. Oh, never mind actually. I guess it won't really change much because we'll be overproducing our uranium ones. So we'll probably want to make this one, and this one in various amounts to balance out how much we're getting so that we're still getting plutonium back at a surplus. But I have to go AFK for a bit. How much more does this need to be at max? Almost there. Oh yeah, I got this energy cube from one of the quests. Okay. I'll be right back. In probably 20 minutes. Will it even be 20? Yeah, we'll go with 20 to start. Well, not to start. I'll be back by then. Okay, I'm back. Okie dokie. 1 second. So that is full now. This should be filling up soon, which should mean these should have a chance to all recharge, and the only thing consuming power should be this, which should let this build up. Right? That should be happening soonish. That's hit 11 now. Oh, did we ever... Oh. I was like, there's something here that I should do. And it's that, so that we get a bunch of quests done. These are the next 2 quests to do with those, and those won't be until the very final tier. That is a massive chunk done. Slime block of all things. We're already almost done with this tier. Like, as soon as we make this, these 2 things, and then finally this, we will be into tier 6. Mechanism is not done until the very final tier. This is done as a part of the next tier, I believe. Yeah, so in tier 6, we can change from... Oh, there, my internet is apparently very unstable at the moment. Well, in tier 6, we can start working on that QIO drive technology I was talking about. This will be taking all of the extra. Is this Steam doing anything other than... No, it's just powering this. Do I need the pressurizer for anything other than HP water? millibucket to 1 millibucket. 1 millibucket to 8 millibuckets. But there's also only a 1 in 8 chance that you actually get it. Well, presumably the production chance happens at the same time as the consumption chance. So it's literally equal. So there would be no reason to use heavy water or sorry, pressurized heavy water compared to just heavy water. Heavy water steam. Water becomes deuterium. Oh, so you might as well just do water compared to high pressure water. So it's just water and heavy water. Everything else here is solid, right? Yes. So this goes off once every 10 seconds. And I believe even with that, it's enough for this to still build up. Let's do this by the bucket or by the 9 buckets? By the bucket. These are the things that do it by the 9 buckets, I believe. Oh no, it's by the 12,000 buckets. Sorry, by the 12 buckets. This one's also just by the bucket, though. So that means every recipe here is 12 here and 12 here. Tooling. So let's deal with this first. 64. So we only care about these two parts. $11 buckets. That's actually just going to be 12. 12 buckets. 69 buckets. Focus on putting the things that are already done and ready for this. So I need a bunch of that. So we need 70,000 this. 12,000 ethyl. Where does argon get used? Oh, up there. Okay. Get this up to 70, and there we go. Those two are good. Steam goes with that. Oh, buckets of butadiene. And so we have that done, that done. So those two things will add styrene to this, which will become the styrene butadiene. This will become this. These two combine to make this, becomes this, goes into this. This and this will become this. Okay. Now we have to go through the process to make the next steps. So hydrochloric acid and acetane become vinyl chloral, and we need a chemical reactor for these. Let's add a second pipe. In. Perfect. So, these three things will now have to go into another chemical reactor. I might be able to fit it into one of these. This one? I should just grab a half stack. I realize now I need to keep one of these. And now the styrene butadiene is put back into the chemical reactor. hydrogen? What is this from? Oh, it's a byproduct. That's a pretty easy solve. Let's take all this hydrogen out, and now we need butadiene going in. And the butadiene will come out. Then we have to put 138 in there and 46 in there. Okay, how many slots do I need? I need 2 of those and 3 of those slots. In, out, and how many is it? 46? $38. Well, the system is currently working at full capacity. It's not really doing a whole lot other than producing energy for itself. But, like, it is technically working. Really shut up there for a second. Okay. Well, that's that part of the quest done. What does it get me? 4 extra? I'll claim them after. Well, that was just a little bit too much. So that's 24 plus 46 is 70. And for every 500, I need one of these. So that means I need 2 for every bucket. So that means I need 140. And I have... So I need 4 more. There we go. Four, 3, 2, 1, 0. So I could make up to 3 more, but I'm not going to. Instead, I'm just going to take those and move on. And I'll leave that sitting there. Oh hey, I guess it's time to make the assembler again. One, two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Compress those. I'm probably going to need to make an electric macerator. Just the regular one instead of that, because this can go up to 64, which means it can beat this. Because this only goes up to 16. So 2 glass and just 2 glass. So fluids go in at the top. Actually, no, I need the HV tier. These go in at the front. That through the compressor and that through the wire mill. Is this still running? So it is. Well, it was a neat experiment, but that's still too much for the systems that I have. Oh, yeah, I was working on this. Bending machine, save 2, put 8 in. 2 of these. These and this. Okay, I can pop that in there. And now we can go take the assembler over to here. Now we have to put inputs and outputs in based off of... These going down? No, not at the moment. So we don't really have to worry about the double electric mixer thing. I don't remember exactly why I did that. Because the only time I needed two electric mixers in the or two mixers in the past was when making rubber. I guess we're waiting on this final chloral still. And we can't do this until we get the next step done. So we're going to need 4 item inputs and a fluid input. Well, I have an idea. However, a probably better idea is to just use these. And then I can unpack them after. Ah, so all the item stuff has to go on through the top. Good to know. Just seems just a little bit weird, but you know, whatever. Oh, actually I need one more for item output. Otherwise it's not going to be able to craft it into anything. $50 out of 96,000. What does this get used for again? Oh yeah, digital circuits and those. And those. Interesting that those are EMCable. Might as well take this annealed copper over to here. I might as well take this nitrogen over to near the tooling, considering that's the only place it's going to be getting any use. Oh yeah, how goes that block? Slowly working its way through. I guess I could make this. Yeah, let's get started on this. I just want to know how many blast-proof plates it's going to take at first. $144. So that means we need 288 stainless steel, titanium, and tungsten. Which means 32 blocks of each. Titanium, stainless steel, and tungsten. Titanium, stainless steel, and tungsten. 32, 32, and do I not have tungsten? Oh wow, that is a pain in the ass. I can't believe they make you make so much tungsten this way. That is definitely going to have to be something I do off stream. Sadly. Because, well, I mean, unless it just so happens that I happen to get 288 at the same time. Ooh, I can remove 4. Which means I can remove... So 4 of these means I can remove 8 of these, which means I can remove 8 from... Hey, every little bit helps speed it up. Now I only need 180 more. Sorry, 110 more. Instead of 118. No, no, no. How many do we actually need? $10. So that means we need 80 plus 'Kay, but I need to do it for this recipe is here. So that's 160 plus 32. 192. That's how many we need now. That's going to save us so much more time. Taking advantage of the reward system is definitely the best way to go about this. And it's still kind of unlikely that I'll get that done on stream. It's just going to happen much quicker off stream now. An electric mixer. So you need to input both of these two things into a electric mixer. You put an HV electric mixer here, you could start them, and then you'd have to get flint and sand going into them. Which I'd probably just move those two things over to here. How much do we need? 96,000. Where was I doing this? Oh yes, the assembler. Let's just bring this electric mixer over to here. Actually, I need HV. But that's not the most important thing right now. $70, 80, 90, 95, 97, 99. Oh, I have to get a water. Let's do this while there's still just one. I thought this was supposed to do batches. Do you have to provide it with more than just this? I need to test this with something that I have two of. Two of, and I can spare. I could do it with the electrical mixer. It'd be very nice to get this entire tier done today. Well, except for the one thing that I think I'll have to do offline, because this just goes very slowly. Ugh, and I can't do anything with any of this yet because 2, 3, 4. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that takes 9, but I need 64 out of the 69. No, 64 out of the 68 I'm going to have, so I can't really do much with that yet. Beryllium, cadmium, blast-proof alloy. So tier 6 is going to be using a lot of this implosion compressor. So this is going to take 8 of these processing units just to make, which is a lot for a machine that I guess it will be an upgrade to this, but I don't think I'm going to end up using it much. Because the nuclear reactor, if I get that working right, that should uh, be providing the steam for this, and the large diesel generator will be my other substitute thing. How many are we up to? 7? I guess I need to find something to do while I wait for that. Can't really do this. I could get the materials for it, I guess. If I take that out, it should finish the recipe it's currently working on, and then stop, I assume. Ah, okay. I figured out how it works. So you have to put in however many machines you want batches to be made of. Okay. I can work with that. Probably. I destroyed the wrong thing. Okay. So now I need 9 times 6 is... $54. $12. Oh, I can finally do this one now, if I wanted to. There's, which will give me an idea of where what it's for. Worked on the turbo upgrades. Close that, keep those open. Close that. How much stainless steel do we need? 56. 18 of those. 2. 20. Those get converted into wires. Those get converted into those. 12 of those get curved. What are the rest of these going to be used for? I don't know. Oh. It's 18, 2, 16 to 4. For this, I need 6, 4, 1, 1, and polyethylene. What happens if I just put all of this into the same one? Same 2, I guess. Oh, so you don't need that many item inputs. You only need as many item inputs as the machine. Actually, no, sorry. One item input is based off of the machine's inputs, so it can do that fine. So we need this to hit 3. Come on. There we go. Bunch of more quests done.
small heat exchange, large heat exchange. Oh, huh, cooling cell. I actually can make those now. Now that I have that, let's try putting these various things in. Because now the system should... I shouldn't even need that anymore. This is the one advantage to using this over QIO, is that in terms of energy, I have a guaranteed method for infinite energy regeneration. I have no ideas of how you would take advantage of that with something like this. Actually, what if I put this on it? Does it... Damn, it doesn't read it as energy. Applied, there we go. Are there any blocks? Where are these from? Mechanism. I could try Mechanism's energy cable, see if it can read that as an energy. So the two things I'm thinking are, let's find the ME guide. Logistics 2. Energy. This conversion is one way. Energy can be converted by energy acceptors. So it says that the energy is one direction. But what if it's wrong? Oh, that requires so much in terms of upgrades. Okay. So what I could do when I set up the diesel generator is keep the blue cables as the main system for powering everything. But then, oh wait, never mind. I won't have this HP diesel generator anymore. I was going to say I could keep that and get some annealed copper cables just to connect it to this system. Specifically this one and this. But I guess we're just going to have to hope that this is producing enough boosted diesel to power the diesel generator. Um, 'Okay, let's take this all back. $168. I forget. What did I have to do last time to get it to work? Huh, you know, now that there's infinite energy here, I can move a lot of shit into there. I wish there was a way for it to automatically prioritize putting things that don't stack into here rather than taking up type. I mean, really, what I should have done when I made these is I should have made a bunch of these housing units because these are just straight up better. I mean, I guess we just got to hope that it all fits. Oh yeah, there's still that one. I completely forgot about that. I'm gonna leave those... I'm just gonna trash all of this. I don't need this much cobblestone substitute. Should've got a pool of lava before I... Okay. Well, I clicked off, almost exited out of my Firefox tab. All of the chickens... in there. This is definitely going to take up a lot more space. Actually, no, I want to do this one pretty much last. The only ones I'm not doing before it are those three. Take these honey bottles and this hemp. So there's about 200,000 slots left. I don't think I need this much of this stuff. What could I possibly be using it for? Nether brick? Huh. Let's make one of those just out of curiosity, I guess. And nether bricks are useful for... And what could... Soul snad. I love the snad recipe. Hilarious thing. I should really put down a bucket of lava somewhere to do this. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Okay, let's take a few thousand of the things we actually do want to keep. some of. Okay. 3. No, we're not going to be able to put that stuff in there. We might be able to put most of this in there, actually. If we do all of this stuff first. And oh, that is bad. I thought it would keep all of the stuff in it. You know, like that one out there does. This is very, very not good. I could try quitting and just really, really hoping that it's... Yikes. Yeah, I think I have to close it and just hope that it saved sometime recently before I opened that chest / broke that chest. I just wanted to move it. I mean, I think it makes backups every 30 minutes, so worst case scenario, I lose 30 minutes of progress. But will it boots itself up? I am going to go to try and find where those backups are. Go into app data, NeoTech, backups. So the last one was at 3:31. I'm gonna make a copy of this. Let's go to my games. New folder. Minecraft. New folder. NeoTech. New folder. Backups. Okay. Now, hopefully, it didn't save when the program closed, so that. But it saved before I did all the other chests. Sorry, after I did all the other chests. We're gonna have to try and figure out what point we're at when we load in. If some of the chests are gone, if I just drag this into this house, turn my magnet off. Well, that looks really cool. I want to make it look cool again. There we go. Hundreds of thousands of stacks. Well, not hundreds of thousands of stacks. Hundreds of thousands of items. Many, many stacks. Probably thousands of stacks. Looks so fucking cool. Let's run away. Actually, you know what? I want to really try and make this hard for me to accidentally pick up. I'm putting it all the way in that building. Because I don't go over there. I wonder how this rain shield works. Yeah, we'll put it on that. or if it even works, or if it's just an aesthetic thing, or what. $148,000. Oh, I don't have any netherite. Okay, I guess I have to go pick up some of it. Perfect. So I have 53,000 blocks in there. Whoa, why did this just jump down so much? I might have lost some items. Yeah, damn it. I probably have to go to the backup, don't I? I mean, quartz... Yeah, I don't have any black quartz, which I'll probably need more of at some point. Well... You are not going to have anything on screen for a little bit. This folder... Let me delete that. There we go. Well, there goes half an hour of progress. Hopefully that's mostly just... chests that I was working on. So we're probably going to have to redo a bunch of that. Game is still booting up. Just going to be... I guess I could put it on the BRB screen. Will I wait for the game to actually boot up? The game is about to appear. So...
So, starting from half an hour ago. See where we were at. Oh, we were in literally the middle of transferring stuff. Arrow. Let's take all of this stuff and put it there. Okay, I'm gonna pick those back out after I get them in.
Okay, all this stuff goes in now. If I just, yeah, if I just do it this way, then for these ones, that one was a little bit dicier. Alright, let's get a few thousand of all of these. All of this stuff. Okay. $60,000. Many 2,000. Many too many thousand, I guess, is the more grammatical way to say that. Oh, I should have done this. Actually, no. I know what I'm going to do. Now that I have this. Okay, for some reason this one kept everything in it. We are going to move all of this shit over to here. Let's switch it to allow. Gonna take a guess that this still needs to be put here. I didn't realize I have so much extra tungsten in here as well. Okay, it's starting to lag a little bit, so we're just going to... Perfect. Bucket. Dust is pretty much useless to me, so... I want to put this? Opened up this wall a little bit. Okay, now I am back to where I was, and in less than half an hour. I feel like I need to decorate this somehow. Can't do anything more there right now, I don't think. We could do this, which would allow us to finish off this tier. Oh, I see the problem now. I just put the stainless steel ingots right back in, even though that's what the problem is. I forgot to turn them into curved plates. Bending machine. There we go. There we go. Basic universal cable. I spelled that wrong. Um, Where's energy? Dang. I should probably just be using this wrench instead of... let me quickly check my keybinds for key R. Actually, better yet, category mechanism. Shift J. So the belt doesn't accept this, which means I would have to keep it on my belt itself. I wish these things would automatically sort themselves based off of... Is there even that many uses for cobblestone? Not really. But whatever. Say, like, and with... do I want water in here? Because I already have infinite water sources, and I just make them as needed. Why would I want to pump out of this thing? Well, that would just take up space. It can keep the cobble. Storage bus. Capacity card. Which ones do we need a smaller form for? This one. I think that's it. No, we already have that one. By count? No. By tags? Yeah, let's go by name. Then we get all of these blocks nicely together. Fuck, I literally just did this. Petition that again. Right, priority. We set that to priority 100. Priority 99. Actually, this should be fine to be 100 as well. Both are partitioned, so they should just always be those things. And now we have access to our entire grid. Of stuff. Why did I want to make singularities? Um... Now I can't remember. Okay. Okay, so... far along are we? Well, we've gotten below 5,000. Slowly working its way through those. And that means this should be building up now. So, I'll probably do more work on the processing arrays offline. Can't do the implosion compressor. Yeah, so much of this tier was literally just hitting a check mark. As soon as I got that, pretty much all of this side fell off, or was done, I guess. It's a better way to word it. Then I just had these two things, a couple things to get to make this, and this thing which I made. So as I see it, I can finish off this tier today on stream, or I can try and get the large diesel generator going. Let's try and finish off this tier. Quartz. Hold a logic. Luix. Hmm. I might need to make a processing array for. Actually, I wonder, can the large electric furnace itself become. No. Well, I've got to be honest, that is not doing a whole lot. Oh, well, it did get rid of the sound of the rain. Doesn't get rid of the aesthetics. How far up does it do that for? Super far out. Okay, then I guess I will leave it out just so the sound of the rain doesn't get annoying. Okay. What's something I could put in there? Teleport staff? Oops, wrong thing. I also did the wrong thing there. Okay, just to confirm this is working, we have 3,734. Yeah, perfect. There is. Nope. Helk. Nope. Random. There we go. Digital. So it's not the engineering or the logic. It's the calculation. Ow. Pipe. And while I'm here, I might as well. Now I've forgotten what I was going to do. In, out. ME. Terminal. Need 84 of these, 20 more. What else do we need? I'm realizing now I don't actually need to get that. I can just grab the actual EMCable thing. Um, you know what? Ingot. Let's grab a copper. Seven. That can go in the wire mill. That can go in the wire mill. That can go in the wire mill. What happened to the other mixer that I had? That should have been put back there. Did I put it in here? I did. Another thing I could do on stream is set this up to be auto-producing the industrial TNT. The excess in there. There we go. $12 of those. 40 of those. And now we have to go back over to this. 10 of those. 2 of those. There we go. That's another chapter complete. I don't actually care to do anything with it right now. Molecular assembler. Takes items, input into it, and carries out the operation defined by an adjacent ME pattern provider or the insert crafting pattern smithing, then pushes the result to adjacent. Oh, so that's how these things work. That one's done. That one's actually almost done now. That one's still got some work to go. This one we're not going to be able to get done in time because we're waiting on those. Mhm. Now that we have those, how many does it say we need now? Still the same amount. I didn't think about that, but yeah, I guess that's one way to get this. So we can close that. Don't need to close anything there. Close that. Copper. Stainless steel. Neodymium. Okay, so first things first, let's put those 60 into there. 234. Six. Okay. 16 worths there. 84 there. That is going to go into there. Bend all of those. Polarize start there. Something told me that it was trying to get me to craft too many. Okay. If I'd only let this kept going a little longer offline, I would have had all I needed to make those, and I would have got the implosion compressor done today, and would have been nice. What do I even need to do here? Oh yeah, both of those are from the last thing. Doesn't actually show the second one, but it's the helium plasma is that, and the replicator is also made in this tier. 32 times 6 is this many, right? 32 makes 64 times 3, yes. Vending machine. Okay. We no longer need this. Means we also no longer need this. We'll let that stay for a moment. So this is a 4 by 3 by 3. Let me just stack some stuff here. Okay, so let's put a turbo fluid input in and an HV output in. Well, if that's the shape it wants, let's rotate it. Do I want to rotate it, or do I just want to place it somewhere else? Like, if I moved this to this side and just moved this over, then I could also move the helium to this side. Place it here. And have it connect out this way. Although, actually, it could be worth sinking this into the ground one. Now it looks just a little bit short. Maybe I should put the next tier on? I'd have to go unpack this. Wait, unpacker? Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong thing. Fluid input. I might still find use for that. Um, sure. I guess that works. Let's just pop that into here. There we go. There we go. Now, hopefully the system is still self-sustaining. I'll have to find out offline. Let's go put a bunch of this shit into my ME system. Yeah, so next time we're going to be done this, so we'll be working on this and mechanism. And I can't move up to EV tier until I get these going. Then I can move into the EV tier systems. Well, then I'll also have to make a bunch of these. So, it'll be a little bit. I feel like I should maybe move this. I'll leave that there. Maybe I should just get a chest and put all of the stuff for this one in there. There we go. That looks much better. Okay, that is going to be it for today's stream. Yeah, I'll probably end up moving most of this system over to this. Actually, no. The thing is, all of these are going to need processing arrays mostly. So I'll probably need to just tear this down. Slowly building processing arrays for all of that. That needs to get replaced with a processing array with an electric furnace. Same with that.
That one can't be replaced, that one can't be replaced. So yeah, I'll probably end up moving those two systems over there. And then these two things over there. And then making a bunch of processing arrays for that. But I probably actually won't get to much of that just because I'm going to be so busy over the next few days. But yeah, that's the end of today's stream. So, thank you all for coming. Let's save. There we go. Thank you all for coming. I will see you all next time. Goodbye.